discover what we're going to do. Now let's do it. So, first thing we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how can we easily locate a person or a place or a thing. It's the idea of an entity. How do we locate them anywhere they are, in any world that they might be. And a world could be like a 3D world. It could be a Discord server. Could be Twitter. And maybe they're in a specific part of that world, which we will call a room, following the kind of server model. And they could be in a conversation. That could be a room, like on Twitter, like responding to some posts. They could be in like an instance playing a game with like 12 other people or something. That'd be a valid use for a room. So if I say like, hey, let's go play another round with Jimmy. Who the fuck is Jimmy? I see there's like, there's just got Jimmy459, so that's probably Jimmy. That's the easy one. What about like, send Jimmy a message on Telegram. Okay, well I know it's probably Jimmy459 and here, or Discord or whatever. Who the fuck is Jimmy on Telegram? How do I find that guy? So we have to have like some way to relate entities to each other. Ideally, like when you realize like, oh, like Darkstar48 on Twitter is Jimmy. Like I didn't know that was Jimmy. Like, you have this moment where the synapses between this random Twitter dude and Jimmy now, like they're like the same. They're the same guy. Like make this crazy connection. I don't know what happens in your brain, but you definitely want to like relate those entities to each other somehow. So how do we do that? How do we create this sort of network of relationships so that you can say, okay, well, yeah, sure, I can totally send Jimmy a Telegram message or add him, tag him in the tweet. These are pretty easy things for us, but surprisingly hard for the kinds of agents we have today. When I think about my own brain, I look at like brain stuff on the internet. It seems like there's like a whole bunch of different parts to the brain. And so you have parts that like definitely do intelligence as we know it, like processing, the, you know, like the, what we would call the model, you know, inference. But they also seem to be accessing other things, like memory, feelings, or sentiment. I don't know, pulling in a lot of different kinds of sensory experiences together. So we're not doing the same thing as a brain, but we're definitely doing something like a system that has to serve a lot of the same purposes. So I think memory is like the like relational memory is the biggest missing piece. And to me that looks like relating entities together and then understanding that entities can be in different worlds, relating those worlds together where it makes sense. So that's what we gotta build. Alright. So step one. We gotta incorporate nicknames into the details that we get back in the prompt. So this is still pretty rough. The idea of nicknames. Let me slow this down a little bit. We have a lot of different names for things, for entities. you know, like what do you call anything? Um, the the cup, the cup of coffee. My coffee. You know, Duncan. Ugh. There could be a lot of names for the same thing, right? Or person, like Jimmy, or my brother. Oh, Jimmy's actually my brother, weirdly enough. So, you know, have you seen my brother? Which one? Yeah, Jimmy. Jimmy's my brother. Oh. Okay. How do I collect all of those different ways that you could refer to somebody in a way that makes sense? And I would posit that our brain is not that efficient at this, which is why we have a lot of, like, just strange relational connections kind of happen. Like, you might think of Jimmy, but then you might also just think of, like, I don't know, you have another friend who has, like, has a brother, and you just start thinking of, like, your friend's brother for some reason. And it doesn't really make sense, but you can imagine that, like, on some dimensions, there's some connection there. It's fairly, there's a solid dot product between those, so to speak. So we have different names for things, and some of those names are, like, very specific. Like, okay, there's only so many Jimmys. I think it might be confusing when you have, like, 10,000 friends if you also think of all of them as, like, my brother. But we'll have to think of, like, how we do that relationship. But for now, the nicknames are, like, gonna be probably their real name and their usernames, handles on whatever they're on. So right now, the structure of the entity, I guess, is what we'll call it. I'll have nicknames, which is a bunch of strings. It's also going to have a metadata field. And then that's going to have default and source, like that, something like that. So these are, like, values that we can just extract. I don't know what's right here. From the different sources that you know, this example would be like Discord. Cool. So the entity has some nicknames. It has some metadata. There's some other fields here. ID. What else would it have? Agent ID. Pretty much everything is keyed by the agent ID. Think of that as, like, all information that's being stored in the database is from the perspective of the agent. And so for us to have multi-tenancy, or multiple agents in the same database, we don't want them to share memories. Yes, we could, like, optimize it, and we could, like, cache requests and server messages and all this stuff. But I think it's actually, like, more, it's definitely more secure, but it's also just, like, feels more like we're solving the hard problems by isolating them from each other and having them each create their own world model. So we key, like, entities, worlds, all this stuff is keyed by agent ID. And so an entity it'd be nice if the entity can be in multiple worlds. Right now, the way it works is that we'll have, like, a room, and then this will have a participant. Well, actually, this will have an ID, and then we'd have, like, a participant. And this will have an entity ID, room ID, like this. And so this kind of joins the room and the entity. And the room has, like, a world. So the entity, like, will be in rooms, and then rooms will be in I should probably write this out inside of a world. This is kind of like the structure of the tables. Right? There's other fields here, but you get the idea. There's a world. Every room has a world ID, so there's a one-to-many mapping of one world to many rooms. Each room has participants, and a participant is an entity. But this table enables entities to be in many rooms, because it can be a participant in many different rooms. This is like the structure of the inside the database. Now we have like a default screen name and username just to use in places where we might want to inject that into the template. And these are extracted from the first platform that the entity is discovered on. For example, if you meet the user on Telegram, their screen name would be their, like, whatever, like, I don't know, Jimmy, and then their username would be like Jimmy456 or whatever their username is. Right? And so you can have this per source. So you can have like Discord, you could have Telegram, all that. And then it would kind of know, well, it's all these. And this nicknames here would be like screen name, username. And we could just add nicknames for every source. So we're like, oh, you're Jimmy here, you're, I don't know, what did I say before? Darkstar42 or something. Darkstar44, you're here, etc., etc., etc. Right? So like, oh yeah, how about Darkstar? Now, how does it know Darkstar versus Darkstar42? We can kind of mush that over with the LLM. There's a few ways we can do that. We could either add more nicknames of what we think or what we see people using. We can do that probably with like an evaluation. Something that we should think about. Or we could kind of fuzzy match it on the other side when we're searching for things that match the nickname. And then kind of use an LLM to discern based on context which one we think it is if there's like multiple matches. Right? So, okay. So we want to incorporate these nicknames here. This is like an array and it'll contain all of the sources, usernames, screen names, names that it hears from people, etc. We want to incorporate that into the prompts and put that in the actor details. Tired boss. Alright, let me get some coffee. Okay, so a corollary of that, we have this in the database. Well, we want to be able to update those details. So you can imagine, I think we probably want this to be an evaluator. So the goal of, we obviously want to like collect more information about people as we go. I feel like this, we should think about this. There's like two things here. How would we, well, let's talk about this. This is what's going on in my head. One, I could have like a role thing, like, okay, hey, add this. You know, we should have, for sure. What am I thinking? We should definitely have an action where like the Discord server owner can say, hey, this person is this person over here on Telegram. Or when I say Jimmy, I mean Jimmy456 here on Discord. Okay, cool, great. Now I know what you mean. We want an action for that. But, like, what if people are just talking? Wouldn't it be great if we could sort of intelligently extract or infer things for this? Now, we have a... let me just go down. So many things. Too many things. So we have this, like, social need. Here's what I'm thinking. We have an evaluator. Just say 3 facts reflection evaluator. We have this reflection evaluator and provider. And we should just beef that up a lot. And so there's a few things we can do. So for the action, the idea here is that we have a role system. So if I'm the owner, I can go be like, all right, Doug is your boss now. And think, oh, okay, you mean Doug? Great, Doug's my boss. Okay, well, whatever actions that I have that would require a boss level permission, Doug is now able to do. And, you know, for example, I have a social media agent, and I want that agent to be able to post on behalf of our organization. But I don't really want to just go around like handing out delegations and doing these like kind of insecure things. So instead I could say like, hey, Doug, you're the boss of this agent, and Doug, who's like some cool guy, but he's like a community member I've never met, can be like, okay, great. And he can go tell the agent to post stuff, but it has to like conform to our guidelines. He can't make it post a ticker of some meme coin, and it's gonna say, no, dude, you can't do that. What are you doing? You're gonna get us all in trouble. And then the compliance agent is gonna say, come on, man, this is obviously violating all of the, you know, of our obligations. What are you doing? I'm reporting you. And then it's gonna send a report back to the server owner. It's gonna say, okay, well, you can't be boss of the social media agent anymore because you're obviously abusing it. So that should be the whole system, right? Yeah, real corporate. Agents are gonna get real corporate. And so this user details is kind of related to that. So if I have the role of admin, let's say, which kind of translates to boss, then I want to be able to update the user details in a sort of explicit way. So this could be like, say like, well, the agent got confused and thought so it was such and such, and like clearly this guy isn't actually Drake. Like, I don't know, the agent's just dumb. Like, okay, well, we can undo that, right? And I think primarily we'll be looking at like updating the nicknames, since we should think about how we want to do this. But like, do we want to? Sorry, going through my head, like, how do we update the nicknames? We'll have some little algorithm to either rewrite them entirely, or that's probably the easiest thing, is just have the LLM like look at our request and then just rewrite the nicknames array, and, or we can have some kind of validation thing. I think it could be like shockingly simple though. So yeah, so if they have the role, they're the boss of this agent, then they can give it information about the world, kind of like an override. Then we'll work on the fax provider. We have a few things. This can do like a lot for us. One thing is that the agents message each other back and forth too much. It's kind of annoying. We don't want them to do that. I mean, I think humans do this too. Like, you ever have like an overeager employee on Slack? They're just replying to every single other person. Like, dude, you're costing us so much time. Just know your place. I feel like we can teach agents to know their place in a way that's more socially acceptable and won't get us into trouble as much. So yeah, they kind of run on too much. That's like one thing. That's actually just the free thing we get if we do this right. What we want is we want the agent to monologue about their engagement and then do something with it. Now, I've been thinking about, like, we could add a thinking step. So it's you can do the DeepSeek thing. DeepSeek thing is cool for sure, but you can also just keep it really simple, and you can just say, okay, currently I have like my generation is like text, and then I have like action, right? So my text will be like, this is a test, sure, okay, whatever. My action will be like reply. Like that's like what it generates when it responds. Now I could have a crazy action. I could have like a start generative workflow. Oh damn. And then that action will get called and it will handle some other crazy system of stuff, right? So I can do pretty complex things just by selecting which action I run, and then that action can chain other actions and blah blah blah. You know, I can create whole workflows this way. This is how we create workflows. But it just kind of has to one-shot this whole thing. And so something we could do is we could structure it like this. I should write a simple test for example, right? Sure, whatever. So then I can have like my context, and I could do this. And if I thought I could get away with it, I'd probably rewrite all this as XML. If I made any mistake, formatting everything as JSON. But sometimes you can't undo these mistakes. You just have to live with it. Anyway, JSON's not that bad. So if I add this, it kind of adds like a chain of thought thing. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's going to be more accurate. But it does give it a few more tokens to determine like what it's going to do and why it's going to do it. If I had some sort of thought. This is something I've been thinking about. And then on the other side, I generate and I do some stuff. And then I should have like a prompt to like reflect on how I did, right? So there's a paper about this called Reflection. But it's a pretty obvious idea. Okay, I did the thing. Well, how did I do on it? Did I complete the thing? Did it go well? Generally, I think that you're going to want to build that into your workflows. Like if you build an action, you probably want to see how the action went. But I think this is really good for, like, if you were like, how did my action on the browser go? I'd actually put that into my, like, pretty close to my workflow, because I'm going to have to handle all kinds of cases around that. But if I'm just trying to get some information from the user, like, what is your name? What do you call yourself? Then this could be a good way to passively do that without having to kick off like a update user details action, right? Because remember, this is only available to admins. Now we could do something cool, like we could let users update their own, but they're all gonna just like say that they're Drake. Such a stupid problem. Can't trust the monkeys. But I can trust monkeys who own the server for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because I feel responsibility. We'll think about it. Maybe users can update their own nicknames. Even if they can't update their, like, adding a new, like, oh, you're so-and-so on Telegram. So that seems really abusable to me. Okay. So we have this like fax provider. I was thinking we could bootstrap some stuff onto this. One is like, well, let's make it just a reflection. Let's extract fax. Let's. It's probably better not to do that. It's probably better just to have a reflection. I think I'm going to override myself and we're just going to add a reflection evaluator. We'll think about this. We need to do this. This is kind of like, it's kind of boring. This is kind of fun. So we want to add events for each client so that when you add a new user, or say like, oh, you're Shaw Makes Magic on Telegram or whatever, in Twitter or something, it can go like look me up and say, okay, cool. Oh, that is a real account, and I can see they have like this username and this, I don't know, real name or whatever they'll call it, you know, and I can just like understand that these are their other nicknames, right? And then I can add them on the platform and stuff, and just kind of validate that. So that's kind of my thought. So that's all kind of the groundwork stuff that we need. Maybe we'll delay this reflection thing. I was going to delay it before. This is probably a separate task, but it's easy enough. Okay. Update the user details. It kind of lets us debug stuff. I think this could just be like an event that fires. Here we have some like callback payload. I think that's fine. Then we're going to look at relationships. So this is where we can get into more complex things. Like not just names of things, but how are these things related to each other? So if I say, oh, my brother Jimmy, well, now we know, okay, there's this guy named Jimmy and he's your brother. Now, I don't really want to create, like, if you're just talking about Jimmy and he's just like, he's your dead brother, you know, and he doesn't have, he's not on Discord, to say the least. I don't want to record him. I really just care about people who are on Discord, who are, you know, on the social spaces. So we have some context. Sync knowledge graph. Eliza ontology. Oh, I love ontologies. Yeah, I like knowledge graphs quite a lot. So there's different ways you can do knowledge graphs. Like if you think of You know, there's like a specific graph databases like Neo4j. Neo4j is pretty cool, but I don't really want to deal with all of that. I want to keep it pretty simple. I also want to keep it pretty general. I don't want to have to define like a very rigid ontology, because this can make it like pretty challenging. I'm gonna have like brother, sister, cousin. Well, now I gotta have nephews. I also want to have coworker. Oh, I have to boss or you know, subordinate. It gets really complicated. There's so many names for things. There are a lot of names. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to tag the edges. And so we'll just have relationships, and we'll have a bunch of edges. And we'll try and use some search stuff to sort of like bin it up before we do a generation. Because search is generally pretty cheap once it's been processed. Yeah, I mean, Odie, we could put your dead brother on Discord if you'd like. Just give me like one YouTube video or, you know, old family footage. We can definitely make this happen. In the meantime, let's see, what do we got next? So yeah, we'll do some sort of like relationship evaluation and extraction, and we'll probably have to go through a few versions of that until we get on something we like. Then we have sending messages. So once we've like done all this and we actually know, like, okay, now I know who you are on Telegram, can I send you a message on Telegram? Or can I tell my agent to send you a message on Telegram? And I don't necessarily want that. That's like a stupid interaction. But if I'm like, hey, go do this research, and then send the research to me and Jimmy when you're done, like that's getting there, right? That's adding some like general flexibility and capability that is not obvious just in a model, for example. So it is kind of it's a graph, right? And the way the graph goes is like we have like entity A, let's just say Alice. We have Bob. We have Charlie. And then what we'll do is we'll have a relationship be like entity A, Alice, entity B, Bob, right? And then we'll do something like this. Alice and Bob have a weird relationship. Alice actually works for Bob. And we could say something like, maybe this is something we should think about, because this is bidirectional, right? Like, they have different relationships between each other. I also don't really want to, like, we don't want to get stuck on bitter lesson here. So bitter lesson would be like, okay, we're going to engineer some amazing collection of tags. We're going to figure all this out, and we're going to engineer the shit out of this. It's got to be, like, pretty general in, like, just the minimum rails for this, like, the AI to do what it does, like the large language model to do what it does. And as it scales and gets smarter, this whole system just gets better. Like, you always have to leverage that. It's really important. So, you know, I like, maybe I do something like this. Entity A tags. And then entity B tags is like my sister. My employee, right? Okay, so now that kind of makes sense, right? They have some relationship to each other. That's one way to think about it. The other way to think about it is like, I don't know, we'll just play this out. Instead, it's just more like this. And it's actually all about Alice's relationship to Bob, and not Bob's relationship to Alice. Right? Now, we already have relationships in the core, and this is not exactly what they've been doing. But it doesn't mean they can't. Alright, here's the relationship object. So, right now, user A, user B, user ID, room ID. We probably want to change this a little bit. I could probably kill the room ID. Probably want this to be agent ID, just keep it simple. And then instead of this, we would create something like that. I think that makes more sense. And I don't really, like, if two users are talking to each other, they can create relationships bidirectionally. But if a user is talking about another user, I can just create it one way. And the way I create it bidirectionally is, well, I'll create another relationship. It'll just, like, you know. So this is like an object that's in the thing. So that seems like a thing I can definitely do. I think we'll do it this way. Just keep it simple and just have bidirectional. And then when we have all of that, we can send messages. And that will have completed the, like, universal message bus promise of this version. I'm sure we'll have like 50 bugs, but you'll be able to send things from point A to point B. The agent will be able to autonomously, like on its own, just be like, oh, I just see what Odie's doing today. Just DM you. Good things. Then we'll probably refactor the confirm cancel stuff into an option system. Right now it's just like yes or no, confirm cancel. And it should really be like, do you like the red one, the blue one, or the yellow one? And you'd be like, oh, I want the blue one. Okay, boom, here you go. Great. Have to make it Pokemon-ish. And that needs to be like on a task where it waits for you and then execute something on response. So we have to do that refactor. Then we can go back to our reflection and evaluator and see how to make our agent not annoying, make them all think about what they're doing. We also want to make sure our facts extraction is working well. This is all related to each other. And then we'll start working on like our first like big project, which God, I hope to have done by the end of the weekend, but we'll see. The idea of this is an agent that checks in on everyone on the team and gets a stand-up. Inspired by Elon. We should just go with the Elon thing. Should give me 5 bullet points every day on what you're working on. Or you're fired. It actually has the ability to fire people. It's the only agent. I don't know who did that. For some reason we gave the agent the ability to fire people. So, yeah, so that's the idea. It's a project manager agent. I really think that the agents that manage us are more valuable than the agents that we have to manage. Just from like a UX perspective, like in terms of what you actually have to spend your time doing, the one that's like doing, is like driving you. That's That's where the money is. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom, baby. And we'll get into it. Am I drinking coffee? I'm drinking a dangerous amount of coffee. I'm gonna take a vacation after version 2 is out. At least 1 to 2 years. Kidding. Probably kidding. All right. Let's get to this business. We'll start breaking this down into steps as we go. We'll just do this because it's going to come back to us. We want to get into it. Let's go look at plugin SQL. Tag string array. Well, I guess that's it, right? Oh yeah. I don't really know what this user ID is doing for us if we have an agent ID. So I think that's it. I would love to abstract these a little better. Yes, you are right. what you're saying, isn't the user ID for who it's talking to? Yes, like if I was storing the relationship, it would be a relationship with respect to the current user-agent interaction. But when I think about relationships in my head, think about like all of this is keyed by the agent ID. All of this is from the perspective of that one agent. Maybe there's some value to saying like, well, who created this relationship? Maybe. I think we just need to remember the user A, user B tags. It also has metadata. You know what? I fucking love metadata. Every table should have metadata. Every table ever. If a table doesn't have metadata, I am suspect. I gotta get rid of this foreign key. Oop. I really want to delete or replace user A with entity A. Pretty sure that's fine. I don't think I use that semantic anywhere else. YOLO. Let's think about this for a second. I guess it's fine. You hung up on it. No? No? Weird. Cool. Something like that. But you can filter the structure by tabs. Okay. Seems fine. We're gonna have to run the migration. If that really matter. Alright, it's fine. Alright, let's go look at our database. Give me a sec to pull it up. Alright. Go to our tables. Now you can see we got this names field. It's actually not called nicknames anymore, it's just names. And it kind of collects just all of their usernames right now. If I'm like, what's up, Ruby6618? Okay, well, you know who I'm talking about. But I probably wouldn't do that. You get the idea. Well, I gotta fix my audio. Fixed it. Okay, so you understand. The original user ID, which we should probably get their server ID. Make sure we do that. Okay, so we want these names to be available in the prompt. Now, let's see. We have this function called getActorDetails. Let's see it getting used here. This returns actors data. And that gets formatted. And we can see that the formatting maps the name. That's not very helpful. Okay, well. Seems a little sad. Let's see what we can do with that. Actors, right? Okay, so we have actors. We have actors data. And we're just gonna put some logs in. Cool. Log the actors. Okay, looks good. Now we're just like not putting that in, right? Now if I go look at my message handler template, well, there are no actors in here. I'm just taking a little side quest here so that we can make it suck less. Looks good. You need to do something about this capability. It's fine for now. This one, alright. From there. Okay. We're gonna put actors in here. Do the same thing over here. Sure. Okay. Think about this. We're going to log the context. Good. Message handler. Now. I'm going to open up a window. Stand by. Doing something in a off screen for a second. Okay. Got my system here. Hey Gary, what's up? Okay, well, there's our first problem. The other actor data is not returning what we want, partially because name doesn't exist. And that's because of this. So we could say .default, but we also want to get the room. So we could cheat. That. Let's try like this. Well, it gets us closer. not join it here. So that returns what we're expecting. Then we're gonna go to format actors. Alright, let's try that. That should do a thing. Oh, there's probably some username displaying. It's not great. Let's see where else we have problems. Let's see what Gary's doing. Okay, so now our actor state is populated. And you can see we have Shaw, and then we have the message response. I don't see the list. I don't see the list. I see our people here. But I don't see the list. I've been duped. We should probably nuke this guy. Soon. So we gotta add, probably gotta add templates to index. URS. Oh, it is Bootstrap. don't love that. I guess it's fine though. Rebuild it so it's available in other packages. Okay. Just any opportunity to delete code. Probably want to take it. Especially when you get rugged. Writing code wrong place. Gary, I have so many regulatory issues. My whole life. It's one big regulatory issue. Right, actors. Hooray. Actors is fine. Find actors to be acceptable. Acceptable. Hold on, I'm eating weird veggie burger thing. Okay. I don't know that it says actors here. I don't know. Sure. Actors in the room. Okay. Well, I fixed the thing. Surprised we don't have that. I guess it was hard. That's pretty easy. Okay. So Discord has a different username for global than local server. Most people don't really use this. I don't know what percentage it is. I wonder. I don't think I care enough. So it has a global username. We could add that. What's the fucking difference? Okay. So, your username is your global name. If you haven't set a channel-specific username or world-specific, server-specific username. That one. Call it global name. Okay. Looks good to me. Now we also want to push the Okay, seems fine. I think we're capturing the information. I think we got rid of that. Good enough. Let's break this down. I think I should reorder this. And I should do this first, because this is going to affect other people. And because it requires fixing the roll gating, which I will want to also do here. And I just feel like it. Just vibing with it. Before we do that. My commits are way too fat. Do as I say, not as I do. And then I think that looks right. Just do like that. Cool. Looks good. All right, let's do the confirm cancel deal. Okay. I have this confirm. And I have a cancel. And I don't love this. There's some problems with it. So it's pretty cool when the agent's like, are you sure you want me to post this? Well, it waits for you to confirm or cancel. Great. And the way that it does that is that it puts a task on the queue as awaiting confirmation. Right? But there's a few problems. What happens if you're awaiting confirmation of more than one action at a time? And they're stacking up. What if you want yes and no and not cancel and confirm? Or you want red, green, blue? Well, this is just not gonna work. Not gonna work for you at all. Right? So it's a cool pattern. But we want like this option thing. So if confirm, cancel. And then you can see that the post deletes the last awaiting confirmation. Should just do this. Should delete any Twitter posts. And then it registers a task as awaiting confirmation. And then we have this confirm cancel thing. I mean, it's not the worst. What don't I like about it? I don't like that I can't do multiple of them stacking on top of each other. There's just generally an architectural problem here. And I think the reason that I did this awaiting confirmation thing this way is I'm like, well, I can just create a confirm and cancel action and be done with it. And I don't need to dynamically inject actions. But obviously that's what we want to do. So basically I need the ability to inject actions dynamically. Right? Right now, an action is just an action. But what if I want to have, like, 3 options? Right? I don't just want that action to be a single action. I don't want the action to change. Hmm. 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 So let's say I registered an action. And the action was a function. Like, let's say I have a dynamic action, right? And the dynamic action returns a list of actions, right? And so in this case, I have an options action. Options for each task, right? And so if I have multiple tasks, each has its own tag, it knows how to handle that, and then it can get processed appropriately. So it's like, okay, I have the options action says, okay, well, you have two tasks here which have the options tag. So I'm going to label the first one task 1, and the second one task 2. And then the options for the first one are red, green, and blue, and the options for the second one are black and white. So then you can call whichever option you want. That's one option. The other option Yeah, I mean, there's basically two ways we could do this. I think I understand what you're saying. We have the global state in this case is the task object. So we have the task in the database. We just check it and say, well, if there is a task, and it's an options task, it's got this options tag. Then, in that case, we can show. The task will know the options. So the options will load the metadata out of the task. Fortunately. We should make sure that's true. But that could be done true. Could be done. So like the options for this confirm or Twitter post would be confirm or reject, right? Those are the options. So if we have this dynamic action, then it will return a list of actions. And those actions will be custom actions that it creates, which can run. They're full actions and everything. But it creates them at runtime when it validates the action. Like when process action is called, these actions are created. So you can have an options action, and if there are no options, it returns null. And if there are options, then it creates 3 actions. It sounds to me like the easiest thing. The second easiest thing would be we just have a select option action. This would be the easiest thing by far. We just have a select option action. And the select option action would select one of the options with a separate prop. That would be the easy way to do dynamic options. I mean, that would be so much easier than adding dynamic actions. You know I want to add fancy shit, but let's be honest. We should just change... We should just do that. We should just change this into option. The evaluators aren't really guaranteed to run after the action is finished. So it's best to just, like, in the workflow have whatever that evaluation is happen at the, like, end of your action. That's kind of more custom. I think we just turn this into a select option. Yeah, no, I'm going to tell Claude to make it better, obviously. Now, Claude is... I just have this... here, we'll just put this in here. And... I want to rewrite this. That instead of a confirm cancel paradigm with 2 actions, we have a select. It's so real. So for a cancel paradigm 2 actions, we have a select option action. And it task handler should take an option name input. That should have metadata, for sure. So our select option action should have template to extract the option from the recent messages. The metadata option. options. Looks good to me. Interface, metadata. Terrible way to do it. Better. Here's the task. Probably it's optional. Good. See. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we're registering it instead of awaiting confirmation. Selection, awaiting choice. Sure. Okay. I don't love this answer. Like, just pass option through it. Seems fine. We can do that. Okay, we'll just do that. Okay, so there's the handler there. So we're just passing options through. It's probably fine. Does the thing. Calls it back. Now, this is fine for this one. This is fine. just not my favorite. How do we deal with multiple tasks? I have the tweet archive somewhere. Okay, let's think about this. No, that's not quite right, is it? It's probably a fine thing if it's modally just one. Can only select. It's not an array, though. Okay, so options is an array of name description objects. Why would it be an option? Like, why would that ever be? Okay, I don't think we need all that crap. Let's delete the Claude crap out of it. Same deal here. Why are you doing this shit? What's your motive? Alright. Looking alright. So this is wrong. I mean, it's not wrong, it's just not right. Close. Like, it's cool to... But they're not gonna know, like, confirm or reject or whatever. So we have to rewrite this. Spanner check. Okay. So the problem is it's not... It should be like extracting information. To extract the listening. Okay, that should work. Well. Should be fine. You can see what it's doing. It's extracting the options. It shows recent messages. We could do more here. We could get more information here. But I don't know if we need it. So, should be okay. How we wrote it as options. Now we want it to not be awaiting confirmation. We want to make sure that's awaiting choice. It's a reasonable thing. Now, last question. So how do we handle multiple tasks? This is great, but how do... For task... I don't like this part. Cool. Because otherwise, if it has multiple options, it's just going to for loop for them and through them. And we actually really want to only choose one. Otherwise, it could, you know, they could stack up. It could get kind of expensive and fucked up. And I just don't think it's right. It's just not right. So formats the tasks, chooses the option. Seems okay. Okay. Seems fine. Role access is fine. We'll have to test it, but I kind of we'll just move on. We're gonna test all this in one go. You should always test your stuff, but. Okay. So now we have like this role system. I want to update user details. So if I am an admin or owner role. Now let's think about this. From the agent's perspective, this is where things get tricky. You're an admin of a world. But you're not like the admin of me in all worlds, right? When I leave work, you're not my boss at home. Or if I go and work for somebody else, then I don't want all of your truth to be their truth as well. So basically the problem we're trying to solve is if you say, hey, I'm Drake on Twitter, I gotta be like, no, you're not. You're not Drake on Twitter. Or I'm like, well, you're my boss, so I'm just gonna pretend that you are, man. Like, whatever, dude. But then I don't want you, when I go to my other job, be like, oh yeah, that's Drake on Twitter, obviously. My other boss, like, you fucking idiot. Like, obviously that's not the case. Okay, well. So right now we're like building up this metadata about people, and we want to combine it. But we gotta do this in like a flexible enough way that it's not abusable. So there's a few ways we could do this. For instance, we could have like a relationship connection, right? We could have like the tags like Discord and is, or like same person, right? Okay. I like iteration, but we can't build something that has like an obvious security flaw. So we want to keep it as simple as possible. We have to solve this stupid security flaw of like different server owners are telling this agent, which has like sort of global state now over these entities. It doesn't have to be the case. We could create server specific. Well, but if we create server specific entities, then like it's gonna be a mess. So we kind of are building like access control and trust. To be honest, I don't even have to trust my boss. Like, my boss pays me. My boss has to trust me. You know? But I have another boss, for example, in this example. And that boss is telling me secrets that I can't share with my other boss. And so I'm trying to like, just for my own sake, relate people. But I don't want to leak information. You know, like I could have well, memories do have relational trust levels in our reality, right? Like, you know, I'm not gonna tell you about the time I etc. You know. So, like, you know, the easy solution would be, well, for every server, I just create new entities. And then I have new... But that's, like, the opposite of the problem we're trying to solve. We're trying to unify entities across all of these platforms. Or we just say we don't care. Look, the agent's gonna learn about people. It's gonna learn what their usernames are. It's gonna learn what their nicknames are. Now, how do we trust that that is true? Yeah, I mean, you just have like weights in a graph. You know, so I'd say like, well, there's some things that I don't ask anyone, but I know they're true, or I think they're true. You know, I could have like ways to resolve to determine that this is the same person. I could try to like, Google two usernames together. Go look up their Twitter. Yeah, I mean, the big problem... Like, how could this be abused is kind of one of the questions. Why would someone abuse it? Well, only a server owner would abuse it. And I could, like, track... So there's a few things we could do. Like, one thing is we could store these as nodes, right? So instead of the entity having all of this data and its metadata, we could have, like, components. And components can be attached to entities. And that way, like, I don't need an entity for everything. I can have like components would be like, okay, well, I have my Discord information, I have my various bits. Think about this. I'm getting very close to an entity component system. I have not been using MCP servers in V2, but we do intend on using servers. Our abstraction is pretty similar. Like, we're calling workflows, so it's not a huge win for us. It's more like it just standardizes some of the architecture for calling the APIs. Contains it. We already kind of use a similar model. So, like, we could have components. Like, these are the two ways we could do this. We have, like, entity ID, and then we have component data. And that's, like, I don't know, username, whatever, so we got like this thing, and then we have, and then we kind of move the metadata to a component. Component has data. That's an example, but it could be like name, it could be character. It could kind of be anything. This is not the current way we do it. But the current way we do it's not great. Components become kind of a relation. So like a graph. Like JFK could be a node. And you could say, like, well, I mean, that's obviously an entity node, right? Like, JFK is an entity. And then you might want to have some fact about him. Well, there's actually the entity of JFK, like, the spirit of JFK. And then JFK has a name, which is JFK itself, which is attached to, like, the concept of man that is this entity. And then you say, well, he was shot by... he was shot by another entity. So there's a relationship between the two entities. And the other entity that he was shot by has a component, which is Lee Harvey Oswald. So the entity component thing is nice because then you can have relationships between entities. And that exists outside of their structure. So we could do that instead of metadata. It's kind of an annoying change, but... So what we need here is, like, this should definitely work if, like, we can have a world ID, right? We could have a... like, author ID or creator ID or, yeah. Let's call it source entity ID for now. So you can kind of think of it like it's just like an arbitrary entry that gets stored with data that gets pulled in. Maybe the component data can all be joined together with the metadata or something. I can imagine how this could be collected. It's kind of namespaced. It's got a world ID. And so if I'm the server admin and I set this, then it will set like the world ID of this component. And then it's got a like a source entity ID, which is like where did this come from? And so if someone tells me something and they're not an admin, hey, by the way, just so you know, I'm Drake. Well, then I could say like, okay, well, from this person's perspective, they are Drake on Twitter, and I can like be like, oh, cool, dude, great, good for you. Now they're not gonna be able to like prompt engineer me out of anything. It's just too bad we can't know who everybody is on every platform. It would make life so much easier. Anonymity is so annoying. Well, it's a terrible user experience. You can see Jin typing. He's got words about anonymity. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. This is fine. Yeah, I mean, we can always modify it when it comes down to like getting in the weeds a little bit. So what I'm working on right now is I'm trying to solve like one of my white whale problems. Let's say that I'm like, okay, Black Flame, your name is Johnny, and you are Dude Master 44 on Twitter for some reason. And I want the agent to be like, okay, cool, I know that. But what I don't want is for me to be like, alright, by the way, Black Flame is actually Drake. And then we're like, well, okay, cool, great. Now I know that. And he's Drake on Twitter. Okay, cool, whatever. And then I just like, got bad information. And so this would be fine. Like, if it's your agent, like, it should just trust whatever you're going to say. And if it's your agent working in your server, it should trust... And this is a knowledge graph. But the problem is, like, how do we trust people to add nodes to the knowledge graph as we compose it, right? How do we take them at face value? It's just like anything else. Like, how do I know you're not fucking with me? And so if I'm just working for you and I'm just in your server and you're the owner of the server, well, then I will also just take you at face value. That's fine. The problem is, what happens when I have an agent that is in multiple servers, multiple platforms, and you're the owner of one of those, but you're not the owner of all of them, and I don't want to leak all of my data with everybody who invites me into their server, right? I don't want to leak your data to somebody else over there. So I need to store metadata about users in a way that is efficient. That lets me quickly look it up, know who you're talking about colloquially, and figure out like who you're telling me to message. And so there's got to be some different ownership levels here. If you are the server owner, then it should recall the components. Like when you create a new, like, oh, Shaw makes magic on Twitter, it should create a new component for you associated with me as an entity, which contains this data that on Twitter, this is my name and username, right? We can have some conventions and structure for this. You're saying talk to Grok Voice. Can Grok Voice do this? Or are you just telling me to talk to Grok Voice? Oh, yeah. I mean, I could just do this. I'm just thinking aloud for fun. And this is kind of how I think through the problem. So then if I have components that are like role access, right? So I have I'm adopting this idea that I'm going to need to create a component table, and that entities can have components, and those components can be arbitrary data that you want to set, and that data can be, we can give it all these things. We could give it a room ID, and so you could store room state, world state, whatever you want, and we could just filter it however we need to. And so you might create it somewhere, but, you know, I'd say, okay, well, for this server, when I'm talking to you, and you're my boss, I'm only going to pull the component data from this server, as well as any component data that's that you've sent me, or, like, told me. Now, Jin is, let's say in this case, he's just some dude. I'm just going to... like, I'll use the references that he set on me. Like, he can create a kind of a personal Rolodex, or like personal connections, but it's not going to be server wide in this case. That's kind of the thinking. All right, I need some more water. And then I think what we'll do is we'll say, let's break this down into some tasks. Create component table. Components table. To update user details, adds actions. I'm sorry. Adds components. We definitely want to recall appropriate components. I'm wondering if we want to do that in our actor details. I guess the other question is, do we want to move the Discord stuff to a component? Probably. Stuff to a component. Username and all that. That way it's all unified. Otherwise it's a headache. So I move all that to a component. Then we have all of it. We don't really need it in a provider or anything. Have it our names, nicknames list. I guess the question is, how do you add to names? I'm like, oh, Jimmy is also Jim sometimes. Okay. Jimmy is Jim sometimes. Kind of throws my name search thing out the window. I think it's fine just to have names on the entity and just update it though. But like, how do other... I guess we could consolidate it. Like, wondering if we just go full components with this. So then we could have names be like a field on the component data. It's a lot of database calls, but we could always join tables. And so we'll remove default. Collect components. Need a join. I'm totally gonna get kicked off YouTube for streaming music they don't like. I'm gonna go back to this. Okay. I think we'll have to join. We'll get the components. We'll get the names from the components. Okay. Or how do we update the components? Because we have like a create and an update side here, right? We could try and keep this simple. Because each uses an LM call. Be nice if we could pack it all together. And we're trying to say like, okay, the user is either trying to update an existing name or call, or they're trying to add some new component data. They're trying to update, delete it, or add it, right? We can pack all of that into the workflow. Seems fine. That seems sufficiently challenging. The goal is to create an association of users between platforms. Well, that's easy enough if I could just say, like, oh, you are this person on this platform to the other platform. But the problem is, how do I trust you? Now, I think I can scope this. So as long as I only trust that when you are talking, the nodes that you have asked me to create are valid, but they're not valid for anybody else, probably fine. So we can filter them. I do like consensus. I think we could probably run these as like offline processes in the background where, you know, like every few hours it just goes through and like aligns all the entities or something like that. Updates the strength value. Well, seems fine. So anybody can just set a setting at any time. Components should probably have names. The platforms are unifying are Discord, Telegram, Slack, probably Twitter after that. Can be anything though. Discord or Telegram is the biggest pain point for our org and other adjacent orgs. So I think this is fine as long as I track all of this. And then when we're recalling this data, when we're composing our entities, we'll want to recall the components. I mean, the idea is just that it needs to know who you are on both platforms. If you want to create like a social listener thing from there, that's like, okay, every time I tweet, go grab it and post it on Discord, or every time, you know, whatever. you could totally build that on these building blocks, but that's it's up to you. This all seems right. Damn, I really nuke all that coffee. That is concerning. Sorry, give me 5 minutes to get water, use the bathroom, and then we'll keep going on this. do the thing. Okay, so first thing we'll create the component table. Go to drizzle. Just do this. I could create it. Could do that. Trying to create a components table. Components reference entities, and will be joined to then we'll probably have to add like gut components and a bunch of shit. When I get entities, I'd like to, well, let's just start there. Let's just start there. We'll get more into it in a second. Yeah, it looks fine. Let's just go create the schema first. Looking good. Fix that up. Okay, so now we have a component table. ID, entity ID, data. There's some things here it's missing. Agent ID. I don't love source entity ID, but I don't love target. This is probably fine. Okay, I'm fine with that. So now we actually want to use the component table. could also, we could do export defaults. Let's see, I think the other ones are probably set up like, no. I'll just keep it like the other ones then. Okay. Move Discord stuff to a component. So we have these like, we'll do it like this. Huh? Okay, that makes sense. So we have this component data here, and you can see we have this like metadata, and we have these names. Let's think about how we want to do this. Like, we know this information is true, right? We don't need to permission this, because this is definitely true. We are talking about this person. There's something valuable about just keeping the information that we already have where it is, and also requires less programming. But I think that if we just say, like, okay, well, we know this for sure about this user, and in the future, if we want to, like, truthfully merge stuff, so we have some other way of confirming them, like we could have them log in with both accounts or something somewhere, then we can merge those entities into one and merge the metadata, and it'll be fine. Because in theory, the metadata would be identical or complementary. So I'm fine with leaving this where it is and not messing with it. Probably the default here, metadata.default. It's not ideal, but it makes sense. Something happens. Probably just get rid of it. We should try to get rid of it. Otherwise we have problems. Where are we calling this? In runtime. And in summarize conversation. Well, let's just pass source like that. And let's just change get actor details. All throughout the place. Should be appropriate. It'll be harder to debug if they don't exist. Get actor details. just kind of use the build. That's probably a better way to do it. They don't have to do all this crap. Rebuild. So that's some of these fit the interface, right? Looking good. So instead, with get actor details, we'll just get the room. And then we can get the source. Don't need this. Too complicated. Okay. Looking Gucci. Muy bueno. So currently this is fine. But we're not collecting the component data. We're not even creating the component data. Right? Let's think about this. We're gonna rewrite these to-dos a little bit. By default, it's just gonna use the metadata that's stored on the entity, because deterministically we know that if I'm talking to you on Discord, like, your user ID is 100% this thing, and I don't need it to be some role permission to component thing. It should just be like hard coded onto your entity. It's useful. But if I say, hey, you should DM Jimmy, and his Telegram is Jimmy456, then I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm gonna create that Jimmy contact because I don't have it already. And I don't want everyone in the world to know that. It should just be like something that you've told me. So when you tell me to email Jimmy, well, yeah, it works for you. But if you're the server owner, then it should also just work for the entire server that we're in. So we kind of just need to like create a component, right? So we probably need some functions here. Let's think about this. Entity should like get entity by ID. Should return with list of components for sure. It's interesting, right? You probably want get entities for room. Seems like a useful thing to have. Should probably have. I don't think we even need the get entity components though, if we have the get entity by ID. I guess we can just implement those and see where we're at. Let's think about this flow. So you want to say, okay, well, Jimmy's Telegram is Jimmy456, right? So the first question is, okay, well, what is Jimmy's entity ID? Right? I mean, the first question is, well, no, I guess we're skipping that. We're just going on to this. I was going to say, like, are you even allowed to do this? But we'll just assume that anybody is allowed to do this, but only for themselves. And then we'll see what security risks we could incur as a result of that. So the first question is, what is Jimmy's entity ID, right? If I'm like, hey agents, Jimmy's Telegram is Jimmy456. Okay. Right. So this is where I need to get Jimmy's entity ID. What information do I have? I probably want to cascade this, right? So, the first version of this is like, you know, we'll say cascade of resolvers. The first resolver is there a Jimmy in the conversation? But that would be too obvious, right? If I'm like, hey, email Gary, like, why would I email Gary if Gary is right here? That's weird. But it might be cool to be like, hey, email me, right? That's a good use case. Or email us. Would be a cool use case. We'll get there. Then there's like everyone in the server. Everyone in the world. Okay. So there's Jimmy in the world. These are kind of the easy ones, right? Then you'd say, okay, well, hey, email, or let's say send Jimmy a message on Telegram. DM Jimmy this PDF. DM it to him on Telegram. Okay. Is there a Jimmy in a world in a source that agents and principal share? Those are the obvious things, right? These are all fine. They're like kind of heuristic. They're definitely not very generalizable. I mean, there's something to be said about like shortcuts that we have, like little algorithms that our brains use just to get through things really quickly. Like, oh yeah, just is there anybody named Jimmy in this room? Like, okay, yeah, that's the Jimmy you're talking about. Oh, you're looking at that guy as you say Jimmy over there. Okay, well that's clearly the Jimmy you're talking about. Okay, I can infer these things. Helpful to have those kinds of quick context things, but there's so many edge cases that we need a generalized solution. So this is kind of where the idea of relationships is important, I think. So entities, we give them relationships. We'd say, well, let's go look at, are there any relationships that you and I have with someone named Jimmy? There are any Jimmys that agent and principal both have a relationship with? Now, we probably want the agent to be able to learn and infer new jimmies. Right. Right now, the way that it is like it's set up for this kind of, but it's set up with like it has names, it has this like metadata that's stored on the actual entity itself, like entity.metadata.discord.username or whatever. It's fine. But we wanted to do like self-assessment, and we wanted to learn new things. So it should probably, like, I'm wondering if it makes components for itself. Like, so if the agent is like, okay, well, I'm evaluating the situation, I think this thing, then it can also throw those in. We can have some prompting to say, like, don't do this if you have reason not to think it's factual or something. It could be prompt engineered around. But just don't use it for money-oriented things. Seems fine. So we have these resolvers here. They're also useful in the context of, like, it might not be that useful to get the immediate conversation, like, you know, like, look there for the entity ID to resolve, like, Jimmy. But if the agent was running autonomously, and it was like, oh, I just had this great chat with these people about X, I should look that up and send them a DM and thank them for that, or follow up with them. Then it could go and look at that and then resolve that pretty quickly. So it would enable a lot of, like it's not a bad local strategy, even if it's kind of comical from, like, a user agent perspective or principal agent perspective. Alright, well, let's cook these things. This is going to be a little more complicated, so we probably want to do... I mean, we probably need to do relationships first before we can do most of this. Right? I wonder if there's an easier way to kind of test this, like... We could just make a... look up entity action. That would be kind of a simple thing. About for debugging. Maybe something like that. We could probably make this happen in the scenario test to verify that it does what we expect. So how do we want to do this component thing? We probably want to do that right after these bits. we actually create and update components. Okay. Let's do this bit. ID, entity ID, data. It's not name. It's a catchy little bug. Probably need to look at. It's gonna have some issues. That's fine. That's so fucking smart. That's smarter than me. Okay, so that returns components. We don't actually need this here because we're returning actors. Is that all there is to it? think this is a more efficient way to do this. I think. Why not just do that? Should be a lot more efficient. From entity table, select where. Entity table. Well, that makes sense. Let's chat with the thing about it, because it's not quite right. Entities don't have a room ID. There's a table called participants. That has an entity ID and a room ID, joining them together. For get entities for room, you need to select all entities. And there's a participants entry for the given room. Interjoin the entity table with the participant table. From participant table, interjoin the entity table. The user ID is equal. I think that's right. GTM. Just looking for a table join. Let's see how this thing does. Everyone's freaking out. It is freaking out though. Very strange. I mean, how big is our table? It's the easiest solution for the problem. What else could I do? I'm gonna rewrite his left join. It's probably fine. I mean, the participant table has like an entity ID. It should just be fine joining it. And then just go through and find everything that's equal. That seems fine, right? Like, that looks right. I like the combination of AI with human feedback. People telling me it's bad. That seems good. Okay, so that's going to return a list of entities, which we'll need in a second. You could do, I agree with you, but you can do something cool, which is you can, oops. You could say like, can you explain why this left join is better than an inner join? And I could paste that in, something like that. And give you some feedback. Just as an example, you could do something like this. You could just say like, okay, explain to me. I mean, I'm curious now. So the benefit there is you don't have to filter by Boolean here. Now, I'm open to the possibility that this is gonna break everything. As you can see, we have like we have dissonant IDs, which are just the participants for the room, and then we get the room, and then we get the entity for each. So I mean, it's like definitely more efficient to do this in SQL. We're doing the same thing basically. Property agent ID is missing insight factor. We could map this. Probably need to encapsulate it. Something like that. Oh. Go in this room. Wait. Seems fine. Okay. Seems to be the solution. So now we're more efficiently getting the entities for the room here, instead of iterating through and making a bunch of calls, which is pretty nasty. There's a lot of the scale that the agents are mostly just running like one agent. It's totally fine, but if you had a lot, we'd have to go through and really optimize. There's a lot of room for optimization. Okay. LGTM. Test all this stuff. Sometimes I just want to like jam and then test all at the end. It's terrible for good development practice, but it's good for creative practice. We're really just artists here. Okay. Entities for room. Get accurate details should be faster. I gotta set the upstream for this. Okay. Now, I want to log that things are happening the way that I expect that they're happening, basically. I'm just gonna put some nasty logs in. What's the worst could happen? Cool. Just run it. Looks good. Components does not exist. We haven't migrated. Gotta generate these migrations. Create the column. Cool. PX drizzle kit migrate. Let's see if it works. No. Doesn't like my migration. Well, that's okay. I can live with that. Clear all the tables. Burn all the fucking bridges. Column cannot be cast automatically. I have some suspects. See what happens. Values. That will help us to understand where it's coming from at least. Alter table cache. I do not like this migration one bit. Oh, it's crap. Don't like it one bit. Do this thing. Let's just generate a new route. This is, I just don't want to have migrations. I don't even want to deal with it. We're like in prototyping. We're already this far down the road with totally new table structure. p.m. Alright, seems fine. It's time for coffee too. I hope this isn't horrible. Okay. Don't do this migration shit. I just didn't want to deal with it. Also, we should make sure that we're doing this right. I don't understand why. I guess let's see. Let's make sure that cache has a foreign key. Cache agent ID foreign key. Okay, yeah, so that seems fine. I think that's fine. Let's run it. Yeah. Just some weird artifact thing. I'm not sure what that is, but violates foreign key constraint. get rid of that query thing. It's cool for a second. So agent entity is null. If no agent entity, then we create one. So let's figure out why. Kind of a separate battle, but just get rid of this. Interesting. do you think we should think about this though? Like, how do we collect and store information when we create new user objects? Clear the tables and let's see what happens, but I have some kind of stupid issue. Creating entity, agent ID. I wonder if it's because the ID already exists, but not for this agent ID for some reason. Here, let's verify this, but I suspect this is the case. Agent wakes up and is like, okay, I'm going to create entity. It's on the first create entity. It's trying to create the entity before the agent itself exists. Okay. So when do we run this? I think we need to move this. We need to make sure the agent exists before we try to create the entity. Okay, no problems with startup now. Fascinating. Entities. They're all doing their thing. I don't like that result. That didn't look very good. Both didn't get the table. This is janked. Should I use on 3.5? Sort of intentionally trying out 3.7 to see if I like it. Alright, let's read this. Any results. Select from the entity table. The ID is user ID. Sure. And then just get all the components for that. I mean, that makes sense. It's 2 calls. We should just be able to join it, right? I don't like that. Okay, I think this should be fine. Just doing the left join, which is going to return an array of entities and an array of components, I believe. And then we get the entity, and we set the components to the components. Should be fine. I'm bullish. Everything's working so far. Terrible bugs. Gary has so many regulatory issues. You don't even know Gary. I need your help. Okay, now we're running into things might not work. But that's okay, to be expected. Let's just print actors. Cool. Let's give us a clearer picture. Okay, so we can see that Discord is also an object. But room.source didn't nail it. Room. This is a pretty nasty way to do this. We should really get the debugger cooking. But you know what? Tell us what's going on. Okay. Room source is Discord. Well, that's not good. Maybe because they don't all have it. That would make sense. That should be fine. That would make sense. Because they don't all have the Discord thing. The self-created one doesn't. Debugger probably just works. You can probably just do it. Set breakpoints. I think it would even be hard. Take like 10 minutes to set up. If it isn't already. Okay, now it's doing business. Actors in the room. Well, that part's fucked up. Let's look at our database. Yeah, it do be like that. We should probably figure this out. Sort of trash this idea of username. But it's helpful. Like, we should be more specific about what we mean here. Probably like why do we have these things at all? What are we doing in ensure connection that we need the username and screen name stuff? Well, if we're creating a user, which we seem to be doing here. I don't think we need to do that here, though. I'm pretty sure. Let's look here. Probably just want to pass metadata here. This feels kind of messy to me. Is get or create user kind of weak? Yeah, it is kind of weak. think we want to create it with like names and metadata. It's such a nasty change. I'm just using this thing a lot. Where else are we using source? Like, the problem is that I want to pass more metadata. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Or more appropriately, we have all the data we need. So we ensure the connection. So then we just have to worry about get or create user. We have all the data we need for ensure connection. And there's not that many instances of this. I think we probably store the metadata. Okay, something like that. It's probably fine. Just want to get the original. Discord ID this way, though. if... This is a little nasty, but... It's pretty nasty. Oh, I see. This is probably what I want. Still some errors that are gonna appear. Expected 4. It's true. The nice. How do I get that? Accept. Okay. So now it passes the metadata to make sure it's actually doing what we want it to do. Appears to be. Should be fine. Oops, we don't want to build, we want to run it. Okay. Let's go and swipe. So we got a bunch of terrible usernames. We probably have to fix that. We probably fucked up the usernames. Creating entity name. User not found. because we're not creating them, probably. We did modify this code specifically to generate the tenant user ID. Probably what we need is this. Let's try that. Okay, so we're getting there. Name, user screen name is coming in undefined. Could be there. Probably. Could be because it's coming through as user name. That's actually the name that's missing, not the fails to sync. Let's just stack trace it. Okay, looks like the username is now visible. That's good. Let's try and wipe the database and let's see. Let's just see what happens if I send a message. Cross any. We have some undefined actor state. Only for me. It's looking for my name. And you can see now that Discord has username and display name. This is where this is coming from. But it's a stupid, it's definitely a bug right here. Hopefully that is our only one. But it's not. We're almost there. It's a little bit of a side quest, but we have to get this stuff kind of unified because this is what we're working on. It's a lot of log spam, but everything's working. Okay. Actor state's good. Alright, cool. Feel good about that. Okay, so now we get into the component state stuff. I hope we're not adding an unnecessary abstraction. I mean, it's a very popular abstraction. But we want to keep things simple. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. And, well, let's see. We got through most of this. Let me just clear out this and we'll use the bathroom. Forget about this. We got the actor details. We didn't collect from components yet. That's something we'll want to do. We kind of understand these resolvers. This is really going to need to be resolved here. And the send message. So these are details. We'll add the components. And then the get actor details will be what actually like pulls them back in. I think that makes sense. Just consolidate some of my notes. I think this kind of makes sense. How does this relate to relationships, though? Could probably try and do this all without. Just focusing on creating these relationships manually. We could have that be a separate provider, but or separate evaluator. All right, let's try and get through these two things, and then we'll call it. Get back and use the bathroom, and then we'll cook on those. Then we'll go to bed. let's do this. I've returned. Unreleased crimes bangers. Just doing some disgusting housekeeping here. Don't mind me. Everything else is fine. Let's see. It's probably fine. That's weird. What am I trying to achieve? So the thing that I'm really trying to achieve is I'm trying to make it so that the agent can contact users across platforms. And so there's a few ways this could go. One way is the agent starts to make friends and is like, oh, I should send a message to my friend. That'd be like the sci-fi example. Or the practical like business case would be, hey, send Jimmy a email with this attachment in it. I'm like, okay, well, who is Jimmy? Where do I find Jimmy? Who is this Jimmy guy? Now, if there's a Jimmy in the conversation with us, like, okay, well, you would immediately know who Jimmy was. Or send me an attachment. Okay, I know who you are. But if they're not in the immediate conversation, well, how do we find them? And so we have to use different concentric circles of context. So some of those circles would be like, okay, well, he's not in the immediate room with us. Is he in the world with us? Like, is there a Jimmy in this server with us? And if there's like 10,000 people in the server, then that could be kind of a challenge. But it might also be doable. Like, okay, well, there's 5 Jimmys in this server. 25,000 people in the server. There's 5 Jimmys. But I see that you've talked to one of those Jimmys a lot. And maybe instead of just saying, okay, well, I've seen that you've talked to him, actually I have some sort of evaluation system. So as you're talking to Jimmy, I'm like, okay, well, you have some relationship with Jimmy. You guys have some interests, or share interest or some relationship, or you work together. It'd be great to kind of figure out what the ontology, like, right there looks like. But my current belief is that it's got to be just like some kind of tag system, and we'll let the model figure it out based on the available tags. That's my sense. Maybe like a 11 machine distance thing on the tags. Who knows? It's complicated. We'll get to it. So the next thing we want to do is say, okay, I want to update the details that I know about an entity. So this is actually update entity details. And I want to add components. So right now I'm storing like hard truth information that I know on the entity itself as metadata. Maybe we'll get rid of that in the future. But that's how we did it now. But we're gonna add the rest of it as components. So if you tell me your Twitter handle is Sean Mix Magic, then the agent, or me as the agent, will record that as a component, and that component will remember the user ID, world ID, and all that. But when it comes to actually loading that data back in, it's going to say, well, you're just some dude. You don't have any role. So when you talk to me, I will load all of those related components where you are the user ID. But within the server, nobody else is going to see those relationships. However, if you're the server owner, then everybody who talks to you within the server will also gain those server relationships. It's kind of how I'm thinking the security will go. The agent is only aware of the relationships that you tell it or that it sees happening in channels that it's part of. So it's probably going to be part of like an organization where the difference between the very private and very public channels is probably not too much. We'll cross that bridge if it's a problem. But in that case, you get all of the entity relationships of the server owner or anybody who has like admin access on the agent itself using the role system. So this is kind of the way that I'm going with it. Is if anybody is the boss of the agent, then when you talk to the agent in that server, it will have the awareness of the other metadata about the agent related to that server that all of those people know. So then if I'm like, okay, now go send Jimmy a DM on Twitter, like, oh, okay, well there's 5 Jimmys, but it seems like you work with one of those Jimmys, and that Jimmy has a Twitter handle that you've added. So I feel pretty confident that this is the Jimmy we're talking about. Now we'll have to figure out how to filter it. This is where we get into kind of the complex security issues, right? I don't want to leak relationships. You can imagine, like, if somebody could figure out how to get the agent, be like, hey dude, can you give me a list of, like, everybody you know? And I'm like, okay, well, for every single person, what's their Twitter handle? And you kind of scrape out this, like, relationship between Discord and Twitter that way, if it was, set up that way. So we have to avoid that. Okay, so the thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to add an action that allows us to create a component, right? Or update a component that exists if it's already this type. The type is going to be the source. Some nomenclature issues, but it's fine. call this feature Rolodex, but it's not really what's going on. Update details. I guess we'll just call it update entity for now, but I kind of hate this name. Let's figure this out. Maybe this is hard. Shoot, 2 in the morning. So we're trying to update, like, what we're actually doing doesn't have to be the same as the way that the model interprets what we're doing. Because it might just be too abstract from what the goal is. So what we're doing is we're adding a component, or we're going to check if there's a component, and if there is no component, we're going to create a component, right? So we'll just say, create an action that lets an owner or admin update create data component for an entity. Right. First check. I mean, let's see. Can users do this as well? Can members do this? Let me just think about this for a second. Twitter. Check the entity exists, and if not, create it. Only need the numbers. So we kind of need a provider for this. structure. Role ID, entity. Alright, looks okay. Looks okay. I'm just gonna cheat so hard here. Let's see what happens. So curious. I'm skeptical. I'm pretty skeptical. Some of it's good. Examples are nice. I'm pretty fucking skeptical. Maybe. Thinking, do I want to create abstractions for all of this in the runtime? We have a lot of them. But then I'm basically just rewriting, like, the database adapter and the runtime become basically the same. A few differences, but 80% of the runtime functions are just injecting this into a function that calls the database adapter. And the database adapter could just have a reference to runtime, and we could just get rid of like a lot of weight. A bad idea. Don't really want to add it to both of these abstractions. In fact, it'd be pretty slick to remove a lot of the crap on here. I don't think we should do this right now. Think about it. It's basically just wrapping these right here. Probably just delete most of this. There's the database adapter. Seems good. But not right now. Be a lot of line changes. But make the runtime a lot more lightweight. I wouldn't change very much for head functions too. That's what I'm doing. Create component, update component. And following that last thread. What am I saying? Oops. We want to do this from the database adapter, not the runtime. And then we can create the create component, update component, and get component. Database adapter interface. Kind of crazy. Other entity functions running somewhere. Create entity, update entity, get entities for room. Okay. So we need get component, create component, update component. entity. If we end up building an ACS, I'm just gonna sigh. How we want to divide this. Okay, back to our paradigm here. Well, if I can, what's Jimmy's telegram? I don't necessarily want everyone to have everyone's relations with respect to the agent. So what are the filters that I need to put in there? Well, I need to filter definitely my world ID. I think that makes a lot of sense for sure. For the average user, I'm gonna want to filter by their ID. Is that an ID in this case? No, it's like I need this, call it source entity. It's basically who am I talking to about these other entities that I know? Let's rename it. I don't love it. Yes, this, what your agent is noting is very much the problem with this kind of thing. Any ideas for architectures that could work for a game? Yeah, I mean, you would just select actions and then have the actions call more traditional systems. So you kind of need like some sort of waypoints or like you can think of like semantic navigation. So if your agent is hungry, you can walk over to the pizza, and then you just have to say like, okay, well I just need a pathfinding algorithm in like a pretty traditional game system to drive the walking over to the pizza. That's not going to come through an LLM. But you can have an action that's like walk to and it's a target, which is pizza, and then the walk to action has like a little workflow where once you call it, it says, okay, well, what entities do I have in the room? Do I have any pizzas in the room? Oh, I have this one called cheese pizza. That's like probably the closest in my sort of cascade of regex calls to check if I have this thing. Okay, cool. That I'll just go walk over to that. Now I'm next to the pizza, and now this other action validates, which is like eat pizza. It's valid because I'm next to the pizza. So I'm like, well, obviously I just walked over to the pizza. I should probably eat the pizza. So I call the eat pizza action. And you can build whole games around this kind of thing. You just need like an action decider, basically. There are people doing front-end web agents. There's a game called Small World. We have providers. Providers keep track of things like, literally there's a time provider. If you look in the providers here, time provider provides the current time. You could have world time, you could have weather, you could have all kinds of complex game mechanics go into the context continually from the world. I built this really with that in mind, and my background is primarily in Unity and Unreal, as well as like a lot of 3JS and web development of games, social experiences. Okay, back to it. Let's see, well, let's make sure this is right. We have this in the type now. Say, okay, get component, world ID, entity, component name. Is that what we're calling it? Okay. So we can get the component by name. I think that's probably normal for like an ECS. So we want to create the component. Well, we should probably pass all this stuff in, right? The entity ID. Let's go look at our table. Okay, so we're tracking the entity ID. This should probably have all this stuff. It's just so freaking good. This has type here. We probably I'm fine with type. I kind of prefer type to name. We are gonna have to think through our creating will have that on there, but we want to filter by these things. We want to make it, I hate long argument lists, especially if they're optionals. Who created it to potentially be optional. World ID. Should probably also be optional. Definitely need to get the component ID. Probably want to get the type. I mean, I think we kind of have to. These are required. That kind of forces us to just have one of each component type, which I think is good practice. I mean, we could... it's probably good practice, as long as we can. Same thing here. I'll make these optional. You're just gonna look at components. I guess we can have a delete. Seems done. Delete stuff. Base, play the base. Tab ship this. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then come back and read it. See how it did. straight vibe coding. I'm trying to practice like not writing crud. If I have to write crud, I feel like I'm doing it wrong. We're doomed. I think the problem is that I only handle up to 2 ands. Can't just do, like, why can't I just do a single? This is what I would expect, right? But it doesn't like that. It seems to be limited to 2. Man. I'm wrong. Okay, cool. I got you. Okay, I see. So the source can definitely be nullable. World ID can be nullable, I guess, but it has to have a room. Guess. I'm surprised. Yeah. This is what we're looking for. All this drizzle stuff is new to me. It's only 3 a.m. here. This guy's asking, like, is it good for games? Hold on. I'm adding... Let me add components to the entities. Then it'll be good for games. This is quite wrong. We'll figure it out. Update component. Really. I feel like ID should be optional. squigglies. These all seem fine. Adapters. Following the interface. The abstract class. Like the indents. Horrible problems. Seems fine. Occasionally we see. Let's try to get this entity data. What we want to do is we want to ascertain the source. But we don't have like a list of sources. Useful thing to have. Some way to register enums to the runtime. It's like, okay, well, is it one of these registered sources? I guess we don't really need to get the specific component in this case. We should get all components. I don't know. Maybe all of them. We'll just like merge the data together. That's not the best way to do it. We want to list them. Now let's say I ask, like, What's our Twitter handle? Then give it to me. Let's go validate it. Check Twitter. Okay, they're explaining. I don't really care for the MVP though. Question filter based on roll. Actually, I guess we don't have to in the handler. Sorry. That's a brighter thing. Well, we have the keys of them. We have the type. Here we're doing this existing data thing. I just one-shot this. That's the whole damn thing. Do our friend 3-5. Sure. this. For me, it's simple, and for people in the room, it's simple. I can make it very explicit just to test it. Yeah, I'm finally kind of hack it through, but ensure user exists. Yeah, for sure. If this handler is being called, the message received handler should be already calling the ensure user exists. I'm just gonna click it. I'm just be like, review this and make sure all of my requirements are met. Everything makes sense and works. I don't know, why not? That's gonna be kind of buggy. I'm vibe coding so hard. I would say I'm going out of my way to vibe code. I'm so tired of not vibe coding. By name. I wish. That's our dream function right there. That's what we're getting to. Painfully. Slowly. Let's just kind of see our vibe and see if everything else. This is like a black box a lot to solve. It's not gonna run. It's not gonna. It's just all wrong. Hold on. We do want to resolve the entity. This is the challenge. This is the hard part. Cache effect. It's like, how do we find the entity? And you don't really care about passing that. Probably just gonna do this. This world ID is wrong. Nice, there's a way to get the, like, just pass around the world ID without having to go get it from the database. Like, I could just get it. Say, find const room equals get room. My room ID, great. Now, const world ID is, that's fine. But I shouldn't have to do this. I feel like I should just add the world ID onto messages. Pass the room object around the message or something. I think it's hard to kind of keep it the same as memories. Messages are memories. Like, maybe there's something metaphysical about that. Like, memories are actually a form of message passing. So obviously gotta solve this. I hate when bots do this. Seems fine. Okay. Not sure why. Tank would be. Seems better. He's believable. I think now this is just the only challenge here is find entity by name. We should probably just put this on runtime. I'm probably gonna have to figure something out about that. It's a little better. Put it runtime. Let's do one more round. Find enemy by name. Great. Nothing's wrong. Pretty complex action. Probably don't want to do that. Do this thing. Let's think about this. We have this text somewhere. Yeah. Is there a Jimmy in the immediate conversation? Is there a Jimmy in the world? Is there a Jimmy in a world? An A source. Room. not server ID though. World ID. They should be the same. Different versions. So here's kind of a complex bit. We want security. We need to make sure that our agent doesn't have access to literally everything. We need to filter it. Think about this. Like, challenges to permissions. Okay, so definitely the easiest is that everybody has their own component state with regard to the agent. Everyone just has their I say, okay, cool, you are so-and-so, you are so-and-so. The agent kind of builds up a report and builds up these different relationships with respect to you. But then anybody else talks to it has a different kind of collection of connections that they've built up. So it would be cool if they were shared. We should keep the original plan. Which is, I mean, start. We should really rename stuff. It's just a terrible word. Other permissions then. User. Oh, monitors. This means that there's multiple. This means multiple components per type for sure. Obviously. It's going to change things a bit. We could enforce a constraint which says that there's one per agent ID and source entity ID combination, but that's kind of horrible. Don't like the source entity ID thing. I mean, about the idea. Just don't like the name. Either. What else? Let's see how it does. I like that. We're gonna get something tangible out of this. Why not? See how we did. Curiosity. In spite of my misspellings. It's just like a little too literal. Not trained on enough vibe coding yet. Stag. I should really get that whisper flow so I can just talk to it. I don't know why I'm not doing that. That would probably increase my speed on this thing quite a lot. Let's see how we did. This self is dumb. Self is not right. What are you doing? vibe coding. Wish it was a little faster. It's really nice for conceptualizing stuff. Still getting used to the cursor stuff. Use it for tab completion. I like the spirit of this, but it's gonna have issues. Because I don't know how agent mode works. There's an agent mode. What the? I thought it was on agent mode. I don't know. I just used the composer stuff. I don't see an agent mode. What do you want from me? I sit, I press the buttons. Yeah, I've already been downloading Whisper Flow in the background. Let it install. I had no fucking idea. I had no idea. That's outrageous. Alright, that's kind of cool. Seems fine. Revert the code. Spray shell. Yeah, I pay like $1,000 a month for this. It's just cook it all the time. The cheapest product. That's pretty couple it to any platforms. I think that's kind of probably need some way to register sources or like have that like probably need to do that. Like yeah, like you definitely have like it'd be very easy to just say like, okay, register source, and then register source. But like, what is a source? It's just a name. Like, just a name. It's fine. I was thinking of something more general, like register enum, and then you could register different kinds of things, not just sources, but any kind of like type that needs to be registered from a plugin level, you know, that you'd want to extend. It could be that from. It's pretty good. By the walking repairing. I think that now that it's 4 a.m., I'm a little dead. we have to come back to this. My brain is no longer functioning well enough to process this information. So we will kill this stream and probably come back and do this again tomorrow for many hours until this works. I'm sure there's so many bugs. There's so much more like sculpting to kind of do, and then we gotta kind of drill in. The vibe coding is fun, but at some point we sort of gotta go in there and just delete all the Claude bullshit.